good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragons Den. So my name's Digital Dragon. Luke. Will be fun time tonight. Wiring. How's everybody doing today? Doing well. Hey, Shrimp Father, welcome in. Welcome in. So on last stream, so between last stream and today, a couple of things arrived here at the Dragons. As some of you know, follow me on Twitter or X. I have received my Rat Rig V-Core 4 along with the hybrid motor mod yesterday, and I got word that the panels will be arriving tomorrow, so I'll have everything to go and get that kit going. So done here with the Rook, that'll be where we start next. I also got in a set of extrusions today that I had ordered to the base of Blackstack. And that means that sometime in the somewhat near future, some of this area is going to shift to the right some. And in this quadrant here, where I'm going to have to do some cleanup, it's going to go a rack with Blackstack. Or it may go over there. I haven't quite 100%. It may go over on this side just because there's less things over on this side. Yeah, something you can see is the sign that I was talking about. It's now up here. This is a sign. See if we can better view. There we go. So this is a Digital Dragon sign that was created by Solar 3D. I'm still working on it, trying to figure out. As you can see, the wire is just down. This is the WLED box that I built using two. I either need to extend the wire that comes up here or extend the wire that comes over to my power supply. Probably extend this wire so that the controller can sit out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. So yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. And let me shut this light off. It's going to be washout over there on the. There we go. Not any more than the window. Okay, so this is kind of where we ended off on stream on Tuesday. We had gotten our X and Y gantries built. We got the XY gantry built. We got the belts run. We have the tool head mounted and assembled. And the nice thing with this tool head is one screw from the back. This whole tool head can lift off, set it on the back, and work on the printer, the belts, or what have you. That's kind of a nice feature it has. Now, one of the things that we're going to start doing is getting into the wiring, partly because I'm still waiting on the 60mm shaft. Did order them. They're apparently not going to arrive until tomorrow or Saturday. So we won't be able to do the belted Z, but we can go through and start working on something. So I figured we'd start working on our electronics, wiring up our motors, wiring up our tool head as much as we can. And what I wanted to do was try and reuse the wiring from the previous Rook that I had. So you'll notice that on this particular wire, which is the extruder cable, that I'd already gone ahead and used my solder shrink joint to extend this wire out. So if this will go, which it looks like it will, then that'll save me from having to redo a wire. Now, one thing that we're going to need to do is, based on our controller being on this side of the printer and a slot right here is available that we can run all of our wires through, we'll want to bring our B motor over, join it with the A motors and with the entire umbilical, and create one long down chain, so to speak, and then down into the side of the print. So that means what we need to do when we're doing our tool head is get our tool head all the way over at the front left and create a gentle arc here with our wires. And that'll give us an idea of where our wire path will come down through and whether or not this will be long enough. And looking at this wire should be long enough. However, some of the other wires that I was looking at, like for the tool head, the actual heater and thermistor, won't be. And the wires I had previously created for these MicroFits barrels, you know, so I'll have to figure out how long these really be, and we'll have to recreate new ones. But I don't have any MicroFit. I actually gave my MicroFit, my set of MicroFit connectors to Evil Diesel, and so he still has them. And honestly, I don't know if I have any more 2-pins, so I may actually combine that into a 4-pin and bring it down as a 4-pin. I don't know. We'll have other things that we'll try and reuse from our previous wiring, such as, you know, rather than cutting and extending our fan connector, well, I'm going to swap out for the other fan, which already has a long extension, which should be long enough to get down through the loop and get to the back. So we'll do things like try and reduce as much as possible from the of this Rook. So with that said, we're going to start with our motors. And once again, we're going to start with our B and our A. And I had my previous wire runs here. This was the X motor and Y motor. Now, Tugboat, if you are listening in, you should have a full set of long wires. They should be longer than necessary. That's good. Keep them long and just keep the excess kind of out of the way. If you want to make a big service loop right here in the back for now, test the machine, get it working. Once it's working and you've got all your configuration figured out, then go back in and one by one, shorten your cables up and make them the appropriate length. So on your motor cables, other than possibly having to cut off the end and re-terminate, because depending on what type of motors you got, you'll either have JST or you may have DuPont wires at the board side. Plug it in, get the printer moving, validate that your configuration is right and it's moving everything in the right direction. Then go back in and cut and re-terminate to the appropriate length with the appropriate connector. So just something to be aware of. And let me think. I can never remember which is zombie. On a Core XY, X is on the left rear, right? On the V0, it's the left rear goes to X, right rear goes to Y. Is that correct? I think so. BAX, yeah, because that's the, so yeah, B and A equals X and Y. So for a core XY, core XYs are like sheep. So ba, right? So your motors are technically B and A, which we normally see as X and Y, right? So you'll take your X motor, or if you don't have pre-made wires or labeled wires, what you'll do is you'll get your wires in here, and then you'll mark the ends either with a tape flag, a write on them like I did here on this one where I wrote XM for X motor or YM for Y motor. Just want to be able to differentiate which motor is which when you take them down in and go to plug them in. So we're just going to plug these in and let them kind of hang straight down. And what we're going to do is, once again, all of our wiring is going to come down, create one common cable chain that kind of comes right down this left side here. So depending on which belt is on top, the left rear belt is on top. Right rear belt is on. And I will say that I am going to wind up printing some different pieces here and there because one, there's nothing here that would create any type of like cable chain mount or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I will find a piece and that I can mount here on the back side and the top side that'll stick up like a little flag. What that'll let me do is my umbilical that I create for the tool head will be able to come down here, be zip tied at the top, and that's going to provide cable strain relief at this end. And then we'll bring it down and bring it in through the bottom of the machine. So we've got our two A and B motors, or B and A motors, our extruder motors just kind of looping around here. It's going to come between the extrusion and the, all of our tool head wiring is going to come between the extrusion and the rear belt path, this gap. The other thing we'll wind up doing, and I've done this on my Rook 2020, and I'll have to print another one of those, is we'll mount a piece that will go on this side. So wiring goes over here on this side, or maybe right next to the wiring even. We'll do a reverse Bowden coupler. And that way we'll have a Bowden tube that will come from the back, follow the same arc as our umbilical, and go into top of our direct drive extruder. What that'll do is make it easy to load from the back and go into our extruder, and provides a constrained path for the filament. And that'll make our lives a lot easier. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take off this 3010 axial motor and replace it with the one that I had already used on the last iteration of this printer because the wires are already extended. And then on our fan motor here, we would extend those out. Now, what I would suggest is when you run your cables all the way back down to your machine, if you ever need to work up here, you've got components sitting on long wires. Comes a pain in the butt. Preferably, in what I did on my Rook 2020, and I don't think it would work on this one because of the way it mounts, is I basically use the exact same umbilical that a V01 used. And that worked out really well for cleaning up the wiring going to the tool head. But what we can do is something similar and creating connection points up by the tool head so that everything connects at the tool head. So we disconnect everything at the tool head, or if a fan breaks, we can disconnect it, work right here. We don't have to dig cables all the way back. And I'll say that's one of the big issues I have with Prusa. It's just the simple fact that everything went, like on the Mark IIIs, anytime you had to do anything on the tool head, you were digging everything all the way back to the plugging everything. So, and thank you for the, is that the Pride flag? Thank you for the 69 biddies there. Pride flag, Zombie, I really appreciate that. Once again, we're going to take the fan that we had originally used on the last build. We're just going to put that in place here because these wires have already been extended out, so we don't need to change anything. Or just get it in place and screw it in. And the preference for these will be a type of locking connector. So whether it's a locking JST or a MicroFit 3, most of your tool heads already come with a MicroFit 3. So that's always a good suggestion, is to use MicroFit 3 because when I say tool head, your hot end itself would already have MicroFit 3 connectors available there. So you don't have to do solder joints, whether they're the like solder heat shrink tubes like I've used here, or go through and use a straight solder and put. Now the other thing we're going to need to do is try and figure out how we want to route these wires so that they're out of the way. I'm not seeing maybe a spot right here to run a zip tie, which would allow us to bring our fan wires down around and bring them up like this, which will keep them a lot cleaner and out of the way of our moving parts if we ever have to open up our idler door. So both of these would wind up coming around, coming up and over. Let me see if I have a zip tie that will fit that tiny hole. If not, we can always make the hole bigger. I do with it may not work. The other option you can do, like I said, is you could potentially put it like a full headboard back here, Nighthawk or something, and then you would just have the one wire going back as an umbilical back to goes Raspberry Pi. Let's see if these at hole. And they are. And I actually them through the hole and fish down around out there. That's going to be. There we go. So we do have these little holes back here that we can use to create zip tie. Show you what I'm talking about. So we've got these little holes back here that will allow you to get a zip tie in, Now it's kind of tight and it tends to go down behind the belt, so you'll need to use like a tiny screwdriver or a pair of tweezers and fish the tip out and get it up and around. And that will allow us to bring our wires around, zip tie them so they're out of the way of our idler so that we can open our idler. Hey, Pez Liz, thank you for the 13-month subscribe. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Hey, Slab Stations, how you doing? Build is looking clean. Well, thank you. I'm trying to reuse some wiring, so we just swapped this fan for the one that I had on the Rook Mk because it had already been it was already extended. We'll need to extend our radial fan because the previous build was it was two 3010 or 4010 blowers going into a common pin. So yeah, so this was the tool head on the previous machine. You had your 3010 axial fan that was cooling your hot end. That's the one I just swapped in here. And you had 4010s, and I had brought the two 4010s up and created a pigtail. And whoops, this being our hot end has MicroFit connectors. I had created MicroFit extensions. And I was just looking, and those extensions are not going to be long enough. So I'm going to have to recreate those. And unfortunately, Evil Diesel has my MicroFit connectors. So I'm going to have to kind of work on everything else but the hot end and the thermistor for now until I can get those MicroFits. And quite honestly, with the limited amount of wire I have here, in all honesty, I'm most likely going to take the extruder off and just set it to the side so I have more room to work with these tiny wires right here to add MicroFit connectors on them, and then I'll create the extension cable. This one right here, I thought I had an extension pre-made for this. Did I not? Did, but it's JST on both ends. Well, it's standard male with. So, I will tell you this. I like to, if I'm creating fan extensions like this, you've got two options. You can do some type of labeling at the connector, or do something like change this color from red black to blue yellow, kind of like you do on a reality, so you can differentiate between the two, right, when you get down and start to install it on the underside. Hey, Additive Adam, welcome in. AKA Major Gamer Geek. I still see you using both. Anybody have any experience with the Zoll tool head? Who did I see recently with a Zoll? Mandic really did a Zoll. And I think Steve Builds did a Zoll. I've got no practical experience with a Zoll tool. So, kind of where I would come. Hey. So what I'm going to do is just think through what I've got. So I've got the main extruder wire that's coming back. I'll have the two fans that are coming back. Then I'll have my hot end and thermistor wires that will come back, and they're by default coming off of this side anyway. So I'm just checking to see if there's anything else I need to run on this side, and I don't. So what I'm going to do is kind of get these wires in place here and go ahead and zip tie the wires down. Now the one wire could very well be long enough, or it may be in a position where we can shorten it up some. The other wire we're obviously going to have to extend, but I'm going to try and figure out if this is long enough or too long, and then based on this we'll create the other one. So we'll get these tied in. Get this off. Then once again, for now, we're going to bring this stuff up, kind of identify a spot for it. And like I said, I'm going to have to print off a piece that we can use as a guide here to bring this down and bring everything down and through our hole. So what I'm going to do is just take these things and one by one feed them through the hole. Just get them up underneath here. Figure out our order to make sure that we don't get things all tangled up. And like I said, we'll have to work on cutting things down to length after we get everything done up. Just going to this way. This is going to come straight across, join in with everything, come down. And eventually what we'll be left with is a single umbilical that comes down a cable tree like here. And what I can do is possibly do a mount point up here, do some type of a mount point down here that I can then just zip tie all the wires right there to keep them in a straight line at the very least. And of course we'll do some split cable sleeving to make everything pretty, but we want to make sure that we've got our wire length and our whatchamacallit. I want to say service loop, but our strain relief and our umbilical. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because we'll have things on the back here, and eventually we'll have a screen on the front. We got to be careful. We'll have to be laying this on the side once we add the screen to the front, but for now, we should be able to set this down on the front of the printer just like that. And you'll see that we've got our SKR Mini E3V3 and then our Raspberry Pi mounted over here. And let me grab something I can use to raise that up. Trying to decide what I wanted. This is the nice thing with a build like this. It's pretty easy to lift up and move around and do things. Okay. So this will be the wiring to our PSU that's going to sit underneath here. So for now, we're just going to kind of move that out of our way. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about cable length just yet. We'll figure out our cable management, make everything pretty kind of after the fact, because if I don't have to cut these down, I won't, even if I wind up doing something like bringing it all the way around or something like that. So on this build, X is at the top. We'll have Y. The next two connectors are a paired Z. We're only going to use one. Then our extruder is all the way down here at the bottom. In fact, I'm going to unplug this and just get it off to the side. Plug this side. There we go. So this is our X motor wire. Once again, what we want to do is keep this whatever length it is from the factory until we get everything configured and make sure our movement's in the right spot and all that goodness before we tidy up the wires afterward. So we'll plug the X motor in. We'll look for our Y motor, this motor, bring that down, and our Y motor is going to be the next header. It'll be the Y motor. The Z motor, where's that one? I do have a short link Z motor from the last build because once again, it's all underneath. This one, I would suggest you can go ahead and just make this whatever size you off the bat, simply because you're not going to be repositioning this, changing it around. I mean, that is the distance, period. So X, Y, either one of the next two connectors is Z. They're in parallel, so it does not matter. I typically go and then one right next to the Z or to the Y. And then we'll have our extruder motor, and we'll bring that down and plug it into the last spot. So there's our motors. Okay. This is the hot end cooling fan. So we'll need to figure that out. SKR E3. I have to like scratch my. And as you can see, I may add some tie down points or something, but I'm probably going to bring these down, around, and over with some service loop over here for my motors. And then everything else is going to be down on this side. So I'll bring it down here and plug them in where. So let me bring up a schematic for our mini E3 hub. Our 3V. So this is a schematic. What I really want is now. And out will pops up. Tell me some. Cool, Timor. Did you use the latest files from GitHub? Apparently out of a conversation. See if we can't get this up. There we go. We have a pinout diagram. Catch up on the chat real fast. Okay, yeah, the Zoll. I'm kind of interested in the Zoll just from the cooling. I'm actually thinking I'm going to put a tube and a Calamity on one of my uh, printers here, and then um, Calamity being the like gantry mount system for a tube with two 36 by 36 by 28 millimeter blowers, axial fans blowing down. I'll I'll build that setup and kind of show it off here on a stream. And you can put those on borons. I believe you can put them anything with a front-mounted X gantry. You should be able to put that on. Um, so yeah, and I'm looking forward to trying to get that on a machine, and then the other thing I will say is between Sherpa and Orbiter, I love my Sherpas. Not get me wrong. I love my Orbiter 2s and 3s better for one simple reason. The filament sensor on them. Smart filament sensors. It's an integrated piece right at the top of the extruder, and it's got a button that's tied to a macro. So whenever you need to unload them, so the Rook 2020 that I've got that I take to all the shows with me, greatest thing is you don't have to do anything. You don't have to preheat nothing. You push the button. It will preheat the hot end. It will unload the filament and pull it out when you're done, and you give it time to cool down, and you go. It's so easy. Um, if you try to do a filament swap, you hit the unload button, it up, it unloads. Put the new filament in, it detects it, and it automatically starts to load filament macro. And it'll, as soon as it hits the gear, it will pull it into the gear, then stop. Like it does maybe 3/4 to a full rotation of the gear, stops, heats up the hot end, and then it will load the filament. And it's all in a built-in macro. True, Sherpa Mini does sit the lowest. And you can even get even smaller. Now, one thing that I will say is, okay, so once again, love my Sherpas, right? There is a mod out there. That mod changes this front piece with a piece like this. Say, well, what's really different? There is a spot here where you can install a in-stop switch. And on your idler, it's a longer idler bar that's got another hole that you can put a screw in to trigger that in-stop switch. So when there's no filament, it's holding the plunger down. As soon as you put in filament, moves the idler bar slightly over, which opens the circuit, actually filament runout sensor right at the tool head. That's another nice thing, but it's more stuff that you have to do. To get there, you got to build your own load, unload macros, and you still have to mess with the actual either web interface or menu system. Actually, get to the unload macro, run your unload macro. So anyhow, what I was looking at here is a change app window. Actually, it'll be easier for you all to read anything else. This on off. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we've got our X motor, our Y motor, our Z motor, and our extruder motor. connected up. What we're going to need to do now is install or connect in our fans. So our 3 fans are fan 0, fan 0, then fan 1, fan 2. Fan 0, fan 1, fan 2. So hot ends are, never remember. I think fan 0 is, give me 1 second. We're going to cheat. That's not, that's got a peak. But maybe. First fan is always doesn't really matter, honestly, right? We just have to know which one we plug it into. But I want to say it's normally the hot end fan goes into fan 1, the part cooling fan goes into fan 0, if I remember right. That's the standard reality way of doing it, if I remember right. Regardless, it's a simple fact of swapping it out. And I still have the other board that was in this originally. So I could always just make that live and check out that. In fact, let me do that. Because my intent is to try and reuse the same config that I had used previously and just make minor tweaks. And I will send that set of tweaks over to Tugboat. So in this Rook previously, I was using a Banana Pi M2. I believe that's what it was. Banana Pi M2. It's basically a Banana Pi 0 M2. The same form factor, same pinout as a Raspberry Pi 0, but it has a processor that's more in line with a Raspberry Pi 3. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this into power, let this power up, and I'll be able to connect to it because it still has the SD card in it. It's still configured. It's just, of course, not going to be able to talk to an connected to. But this will allow us to at least verify what the previous config was and proceed from there as far as connecting some things up. That way we can kind of, I like to copy paste. I'll be honest with you. I will copy paste if I can. So let me grab a appropriate power supply. Whenever I do my builds, I literally, like if I'm doing another 2.4, I will copy and paste the profile from the previous version that I did. And that's how I start off my builds. Then I make changes as appropriate. That on there, let it do its thing, get powered up. And I should be able to pull that up. Be able to look at it. I just want to verify whether and get these plugged in the right way. And definitely I need to remember to pull this config so that tugboat have it. Drag no. And you'll notice on my builds, I always tend to start off at the top. This is any of the information like particular out of like Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3V3 or the Big Tree Tech Octopus or the Manta board or whatever, as far as how to go through and do your flipper configuration of it. Then I will have information down here on what kind of printer it is, what the Hotend is, what the extruder is, MCU, what have you, right? Funny enough, that says it's, oh, did this? So there's some copy paste errors. So let me come down here and look at the fans, and I'll be able to tell. Fan. Nozzle cooling fan was fan 0. One and electronics. Fan 0 is our nozzle cooling fan. EC6. 6 is fan. So the way the fans go here, I'll start over here at the heaters. Coming off of the heaters, we have fan 2, fan 0, and then fan 1. So bring you back over here a little bit closer to the action here. And it is fan 2, fan 0, and then fan 1 is right above fan 0. So this is fan 0 here. When we extend the wires for our other fan, it's going to go right here at this, right above this fan. That'll be our part cooling. We do have 2 jumpers here, and those 2 jumpers are the diag pin. So we need to install the 2 jumpers here for X and Y. And let me bring you guys in a little bit. Yes. And I want to try and do that. And okay. Here we go. Might still be a little dark. I don't know if I can add some light to. Okay. So fan 2, fan 0, fan 1 is the socket right above fan. And we've got positive towards the power blocks and negative towards the bottom of the board. There's 2 red jumpers right here. Install these 2 jumpers. This is the X diag pin, the Y diag. That is because we are not using physical end stops for X or Y. We're going to be using sensorless homing on this. That's what we're going to want to do is add these two jumpers. That way we don't need to install any in-stops for X and Y. Cleans everything up, makes it easier, and it works really well on the build. We'll have an X in-stop. In fact, that's probably what we're going to go ahead and work on next. I will plan on putting some zip tie hold down points like here, and probably over here, so I can route these cables up, around, and down to get them out of the way, just to clean things up a little bit. Just don't want to do that and close things up just yet, because we will have more cables to run, especially on this leg. Actually, I will put those in place. Half second. I'll put them in place now before I continue to run more stuff down there that will get in the way. So these are just little 4-way, 2-way, I guess, squares. Just some sticky tape on the back. These come in kits from Lineo. So that's all I'm going to do, is use one of these for now. A couple of these to set up some mounting places where we can do some zip. And my thought process is kind of right up in here, so I can provide a zip tie point here. And we'll do another one right over here to provide a second zip tie point for corralling some of those motor wires. There. Because once again, what we're going to wind up doing, just get some of my wires laid out here. That bring it down. Stuff is going to come down like this and get tied down over like so. Run a zip there to hold. Turn it. Don't ask me why I'm using like the smallest zip ties known to man, apparently, because other than they came with the linear wiring harness kit that I'm using here. Once again, we'll just kind of tuck this stuff up in there. So we've got leads that we can bring stuff around like that. That'll tie that down, and that'll keep that stuff somewhat out of the way for us. Don't be afraid of using zip ties and even thinking that, oh, I don't know why I put a zip tie there. You can always cut and redo zip ties. There is nothing that says that you can't cut and redo zip ties. Do it all the time. Okay. So this is going to come up and go to our power supply. I'll leave these dangling out of the way. And that stuff is so what else do we need to install? Well, we've got our Z end stop. So the Z end stop is designed to mount right on the other side of the motor here. Oh, hey, Westery. Hey, sis, how's it going? Thank you for the raid in with a party of 15. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's everybody doing? Welcome on in. Let me shift view here. How's everybody doing? Welcome on in to the Dragon's Den. I think I see everybody is familiar with me. Maybe in Talon, you're relatively. Pezliz, welcome to see you again. Built Over Bot, welcome in. Polymorph, hey, hey. Hey, that's my shirt. Were you wearing your KB3 shirt today? You're just showing off prints, and apparently you have a new name, Royal Dragon. Really, I do? How did I get Royal Dragon? 20, except I have no cargo shorts. Yeah, I do have the cargo shorts, so yeah, you can fix that. So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. So my name's Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer on Twitch, and that basically means that we do all kinds of various things related to printing, whether it's assembling printers, like doing unboxings, getting them going, like our Bamboo Labs or the Mark IV here. You're doing mods on them, like building the MMU Mark IV. Pull up printer builds, like just about everything that you see here in the Rook 2020 we're working on today. We kind of do it all. And if you do like the content, then please subscribe. Follows are always appreciated as well. If you could, for those of you that just rated in, the bottom left underneath the window, there will be my icon of the Digital Dragon. If I can get you to double click that, that will go ahead and bring you fully into my stream from Westery Stream. This counts for my numbers. I'm trying to get my numbers up a little more. Eventually, I'll try and do a big partner push. Right now, I'm just trying. He said we were rating Royal Dragon. Well, awesome. I'm glad I'm royalty. I'm glad I'm royalty and finally figured out that I'm. So, and we love our coffee here on stream. So if you got coffee, cheers. If you need coffee, please feel free to go get some. So we're kind of jumping around a bit. We still have some mechanical install to do on this printer, namely the Z-axis and Z-belt. But second, there we go. Our Z gear system is still not in place, namely because I need a 60mm D shaft, which I thought I had, but I didn't. I had all the way up to 43. So I've got those on order. They should arrive either tomorrow or Saturday at the latest. So we'll have at least one more stream to go on this have it somewhat moved. Those of you that are not aware, we are doing this build quasi in conjunction with Tugboat 3D printing. At Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest, I had promised Tugboat 3D printing a group of, I'm going to say there's 4 core, but I think there's 5 or 6 teenagers, high schoolers, that have a 501c3, and their goal is to go out and go into the middle schools and elementary schools and teach kids about 3D printing. And so I was going to give them my salad fork. Somebody made me an offer on my salad fork. So I made that, I took that offer, and I was working with Tugboat. I brought KB3D, who's my sponsor, over, and we chatted with them, and we figured out really what they needed for their requirements was small, lightweight, portable. And since they're going to be dealing with schools, we decided that doing something that was enclosed, that was ABS or other engineering material capable, is probably overkill for what they need. So what we decided to do was we showed them my Rook 2020. They really liked it. So, and they've never really built a printer from the ground up. They've done Ender 3s, and one of them has an A1 Mini. So we decided we were going to build a bomb for them. I cut the frame that I'm using here and the one for them. I cut the frame, drilled and tapped the whole 9 yards. I printed all of the parts for them in electric deuterium blue and nanotube gray. So it's the same gray that I have on here. And shipped that stuff over to them, and the rest was shipped to them from KB3D based on the. Now we found some issues already that we're going to have to go through and really look at and clean up. Some of those are like things missing out of the CAD, so we know a fastener goes there, but we have no idea size, length, what have you. So we'll have to work through that and get feedback back to Canrog, who is, so Rolahan designed the Rook, which is the mostly printed 120 millimeter cube 3D printer. Canrog made the Rook 2020 as a mod, which is now a standalone, and now it's on a. So we need to get that feedback back into the community to help build a better, more accurate bill of materials. And potentially KB3D has mentioned they may be willing to make kits available, even if it's get your frame from DLL PDF, which is frame source in the bomb today, and here's a full kit package, not just fasteners and rails and everything a la carte, but a full one-click, here you go. Maybe just provide configurator for, you know, Hotend and extruder, if you right. So that's, I think that's going to be really cool. But what we're doing basically is I can't belt the Z right now, but we're going to go through and start working on the electronics, and I'm trying to reuse the cabling from the Rook Mark 1 that I took apart to do this build. And if it's too short, like I already have some wires I know are going to be too short, I'll have to refabricate those. That's all good content, and it's good for the Tugboat 3D printing guide. So, yeah, we'll just work. That kind of gives you a big overview of what we got here. A couple other things I will tell you that's on the docket. We've got a mini chopper build. So it's like a 40% size chopper. So he'll be, I don't know, probably about like that tall, I believe. We got to get that done for 3D Printopia. I'm doing chopper, and Creatix Brit is going to do cheap, which is the same style of Astromech. They're just slightly different in paint jobs and radar dish configuration and such. And then I'm also going to try and finish the Dio build. the bottom's good. It was the neck and the head movement where the servos that were initially called for were underpowered. Thought I might be able to get away with it. I'm not. I've got the new servos. I just need to reprint the head parts and rebuild it. So we'll do that on stream. We've got a Talon Claw 4 that we're going to build, which is a foam dart blaster. So we'll do that. I've got the extrusions came in today that I ordered from Masumi that were cut to length to build a black stack, which is a rolling cart stand for the black box printer. And that will allow me to bring black box back up here and get it up here in the Dragon Den. And then we also got the Rat Rig VCore 4 in. That came in yesterday. So that's going to have the hybrid motor mods. So it'll have 4 motors, 2 in a standard Core XY configuration, and 2 that drive just the Y. It's going to be a weird setup. I'm looking forward to it. So we've got that kit. Got a lot on the docket to do build wise, and we're also still working on our Milo mini mill. That's our project on Saturdays. So we're going to finish off the Rook, and then we'll go into the Rat Rig for our Tuesday, Thursday build. I need to talk with KB3D Chris and ask if he wants me or will let me build Blackstack on stream simply because the CAD's not done. CAD's not done, and I've already found out one issue where the plates that were CADed and the wheels that were CADed, that he said, go get these wheels. Wheels are different. Mounting plate's completely different. You'd have to redesign the plates that hold the casters on. So things to work out there. I'm not sure if he's willing to let me show it prime time yet, but we'll check and see. So that kind of gives you an idea of what's on the docket. Once again, we're going to continue working on the electronics. We're going to try and get everything wired up today that we can based on what we have available from wiring. And then we'll get into, okay, these are the remaining wires we need to do. Let's go ahead and create. Right. We'll go ahead and do that. So what we've got so far is our motors. So from a visibility standpoint, okay, this is the back of the printer and be the front of the printer. So on our tool head, we'll have our extruder motor. We'll have, this is the Hotend cooling fan. We'll have a 50-15 fan, which is a PERC cooling fan. We're going to have to extend this wire. And then we'll have our heater and thermistor wires for our Hotend. I'm going to put MicroFit 3 connectors on these. I can't do that right now because my MicroFit 3 connector kit is with Evil Diesel. He needed some, and he came by and picked that up yesterday, the day before. So I need to get that back from him. I probably need to order some more of specific ones to restock that, but we'll add our MicroFit connectors on here. For those of you that don't know your connectors, these are your standard JST connectors that you see on fans all the time. And these are your MicroFit connectors that you normally see on your Hotends. This would be the heater and the thermistor, both using a MicroFit 3 connector. These are a locking connector, and they're rated to a higher amperage than the JST connector. So these are perfectly fine for your fans. You'll see these are perfectly fine for a thermistor. Do not want to use these on a heater. Do not use these on a heater. Use a MicroFit 3 on a heater. Okay? Let's see. What else? So also on our motors, I'm gonna lay this forward. Our motors are in the back, just like they were on the previous Rook Mark 1s and a Rook 2020, but our belt pathing, as you can see, is different. There's no front crossbar, means your tool head gets the full bed Y movement, and you have idlers in the front that you use to tension your belts now versus having to pull on your motors and tension by hand where it's really hard to get tension and comparable tension. The other side with that is over time, your screws will creep and your motors can loosen up. You have to constantly but we got a little bit weirder belt path, but that's all good. And this is your B motor and your A motor. So core XYs go BA, in A. Also, I believe X and Y. That's how we've configured these up, is X this. So those wires, eventually what we're going to have is we're going to have an umbilical with wires that are going to come down, and I'm going to print off a mount from a different style printer that's going to go right here that we can bring all of our wire bundle together, and we'll sleeve it, and we'll basically create a vertical path here with everything tied in over here. And then we'll add a reverse Bowden coupler either on the left side or on the right side. And we'll have that come up and over for routing filaments. That's kind of where we're at. We've already set up and wired up or connected in our 3 motors. Which camera? So we have our X, Y, Z. We have a space here because there's 2 Z motor ports. They're in parallel, so you can plug Z into either one. Then we have our extruder. Then over here we have the Hotend cooling fan and the actual hot end. I need to extend the wire for the 5015 fan. And that's going to go in the connector right above this. We've got 2 jumpers right here. These 2 red jumpers are jumping the diag pins for the X, Y end stop because we're using sensorless homing. So the next thing we need to do is add in our Z end stop. So I already had a pre-created wire for when I had the Z end stop on the last build. So we're just going to reuse this. We've got a, let me change the okay, there we go. So this is our new end stop plate. Your Z end stop is just going to screw right in there. Either way, it doesn't really matter which way. I'm pre-bent the other way, so I'll mount it like this. And then in these slots, we're going to use M3 screws, and we're going to mount this. Let me see if I can. You kind of see where there's a hole back here in our bottom plate. It's going to get mounted right here, right up above our Z motor. So our belt's going to go right in here. This plate's going to get mounted right here, and we'll be able to adjust it up or down. That's as far down as it goes because it's sitting on the motor right now. But we'll be able to adjust this up or down, and that's going to set our overall height for our bed. Okay? So first thing we need to do is get this wired up, or not wired up, it's already wired up. Get this attached, and we're going to do that with a couple of M2 by 10 screws. You can use self-tappers. These are not self-tappers, but they'll work just as well. And we're going to go through the end stop, and then that little bit's what's going to go into 2 holes up here. This is just going to thread directly into the plastic. So don't work down on these because you will strip out the plastic and then you'll be reprinting a part. Good thing is it's a small flattish part, so probably wouldn't take that long. So what we've got mounted. Now we're going to put some M3 roll-in T-nuts in here, and we'll mount this in there using some M3 by 8s. And we'll be ready to go and to set the distance. What I'm going to do is set this on its back gently. And we'll need to get a couple of M3 T-nuts dropped in there and a couple of M3 by 8. And facing there, we can put them with the holes on the outside, and that will let us cover up most of the T-nut. This might be a little bit hard to get in here now that we've got motor and everything installed, so have to always remove the motor. Build order wise, this particular part would have been a lot easier to do earlier in the build. Might be one of those things where I need to actually take off the deck panel, get at these here. That's what's getting in my way. So tugboat, if you're listening and following along, install your Z end stop before installing the deck panel and the electronics and starting any of your wiring. It's going to be the better order of operations, easier order of operations. There. M3 by 8. Preferably black ones. Find a couple of those. I'm pretty sure that M3 by 6s would work here as well. Yep, that works. M3 by 6 would work really well. So what I'm going to do is fish my wire through push the wire through there, and then I'm going to need to get my screws lined up and using a ball end driver, get these. It's going to be fun because once again, big fingers and not a lot of space. And a magnetic screwdriver. And this is going to be easier to try and get at from this angle. Easier being a relative statement. Once again, I've got the D motor already started. One in, get it over to where they want to line up. Come in here with the other screw. Getting bad that my screwdriver is semi-magnetic ball end, so it doesn't really hold it well. This would definitely have been easier to install without the Z motor in place and without having a few other things pre in place. I'm going to scoot this all the way over to the side, and most likely I'm going to push it all the way down until it's bottomed out on the D motor, and then I'll tighten it up because this will give us the most Z travel that we're going to be able to get. Out wires back. Technically, length I already have, and without a desire to go in and with the desire to not go in that thing. Basically, loop this around the board, kind of on the motor wire side, motor wires, and tuck them on. So, got our motor wires that come down, come around, and lock in. Our end stop is coming right above the motor here. I'm trying to bring that around and kind of keep it in there because our Z end stop is over here. In fact, the Z end stop is third one up. So we've got 1, 2, 3 socket, a switch camera. So we've got our display port. And then over here we've got JST. So we've got the Hotend thermistor, bed thermistor, and then this third one is the ZN stop. So it's the middle of these 5 2-pins. I'm going to bring this over and plug it in, kind of loop this down. We'll work on keeping our wires as neat. This is the cooling fan for our hot end. This is our ZN stop. The port right here is going to be the part cooling fan. Not going to use these two because that's the X and Y end stops. And our thermistors will come in down here. And this is going to help us keep all of our wires somewhat looking nice and tidy. I'll add a zip tie down here once we get the rest of our. That now does our ZN stop. We've lowered it as far as we possibly can. And now, right there, triggered right there. You'll see how much distance we've got with our LM8E bearings. That's almost the perfect place for that. Triggered. So that is perfect. That's going to give us the most Z height. And the way I had my printers configured is because the Z would fall, and it triggers down here, I would always bring my prints down to within 5 millimeters of Z max. And that way when the motor shut off, it would just fall only a short period of time. Or a short period of time, a short distance. And that way I could prevent any damage to the end stop from a bed crashing from like way up here and then slamming down on it. So, okay, so we've got that. Then this wire, I can't do the other wires just yet. What else do we have? Hot end, the thermistor. We're on to, we'll say, bed wiring. So our bed wiring is going to be pretty easy. You'll see I've got a set of Wagos here. And this is just going to be for the power to the bed. That's it. Power to the bed. So I'm just going to open up one side of these. And right on one side, back on the other. These were pre-made lengths of cable with ferrules on both sides, right? And these should be perfectly fine for what we're going to do. Knowing that our bed can come like all the way up here, comes down, go through. We're still going to have plenty of length to get to our connectors. So fish that through, put this back up on its side. And once again, I'm going to keep these kind of out of the way. These are going to connect to our power supply, which is going to mount right over the top of this. Be aware and cognizant of that. Keep everything semi-low profile here. These are going to come down in our heater bed wires. We've got our power in, then our heated bed, or power in, heated bed, and then the hot end. So our heated bed's going to go here with the negative at the top towards the power connector, and then the positive. So take these and get them plugged in. Negative. In tugboat, this is definitely something that, you literally will just, I would suggest plugging wires in here, moving your bed all the way up, routing your wire up here, figuring out, making sure that it's somewhat loose. We have the ability to have some okay. So let me get both of these plugged in and plugged in, tighten down. That we'd route these forward once again like the rest of our wires. They'll be zip tied down underneath the deck right here. So this is kind of like the deck entry point, and we're going to zip tie all the wires right here. That's going to help do strain relief. These wires aren't moving around. And you'll notice there's a little bit of, I'll say, extra in here, even with the bed all the way to the top. That's fine. Anything, you can pull this down and give it a little bit of a jog down here to snug these up. But you don't want to cut them, I'll say, exactly direct length, because if you ever have to, you have a wire that goes bad or you need to fix something, you always want a little bit of what we call a service loop built in, so that you can work with things. So running things out and around is great because that builds in extra wire that you can work on. So once again, we've got a positive and a negative wire coming up to our Legos at our bed and bed mount. Right? And once again, once we do that, you'll also see that the wires for the bed, these wires will be in a some type of cable sleeve. They'll stay up here, be tied up here, and these will never move. But the ones for the bed will be able to go up and down. So we'll have a separate loop around the bed wires just to keep them safe and keep them out of harm's way. Okay. Now on your bed, you're going to get a polyimide heater bed. And that bed is not going to have the magnet on it, I don't think. I think you have to put the magnet on, and it's not going to have these bolts. Okay, so you've got two things that you can do. You put the bolts on and then lock down the nuts. So bolt goes in and you have a lock nut here. So you can put in your bolts and lock them down, all three. And then put your magnet on and don't worry about opening the holes up. Magnet. Downside of that is if any one of these actually comes loose, you're going to have to be holding it here while trying to tighten that nut up without damaging this polyimide heater piece. So what I do is get my magnet laid out there, get it on. Got to be careful because it won't sit flat. Use a piece of foam or something. Your thermistor will not be in. Right? You screw this in yourself. You're just going to have your two wires and your thermal fuse. That will already be done and connected from the factory. Set this down. Put your magnet on. And then my suggestion would be flip it over. Put the magnet side down on a flat surface and apply some pressure to it, right? To make sure that it's good and attached with the glue on the back of the magnet. Then I tend to come through the back with an M3 drill, and that drills out a center hole here that I can then use to build or to open up the hole to allow me to put the screw in, tighten. That way I have a place where I can put in my driver to hold the one side while I'm tightening up and holding the nut with a pair of needle nose. You guys have probably seen me do this before. It's the same way I'm doing any of my larger beds. The only difference is this stuff is already built in from the factory. Then in this case, this is I believe this is an M3 thermistor fitting. Say similar to what you would get on a Rapido. I think the Fetish Rapidos 2s. So you'll put your thermistor and screw that in. Okay. Now all your main wiring's done. What you'll need to do is you should have 3 springs. Should have 3 springs. I know I had 3 springs. A couple of them seem to have gone for a ride of their own somewhere. Oh, there they were. Put your 3 springs on. And then, luckily this is a small bed. What we're going to do, get this in here, flip it over, and just line the legs up in the grooves. There should be 3 grooves in your bed plate. Just going to line them up, pull your wires through. Pull your wires through to the back. You'll have your thermistor wire back here as well. Kind of pull them underneath and straight out the back. Just have them sit up there on the back plate. Now you've got your bed mounted, except you need to put your nuts on. So your 3 knobs, you got to put a heat set insert in, and 2 ways you can do it. You can put it on this side, or you can put it in from this side, which would require it to pull this all the way through the printed part to rip the set out. If you're putting that much tension in it, there's a completely different problem. So all you're going to do is take these and get them spun on to your screws. I'm not going to worry about getting them tightened down. I'm just getting them on there right now. Nebula Printing, how are you doing? And yes, so the colors used here is Fusion Filaments ABS 1.5, I believe. Got an ABS 1.5 and 2.0. The only difference is the amount of fleck that's in them. And this is the electric pineapple color is the main color here. And then the gray is nanotube gray. And I use that same gray on both my machine and Tugboats for their their contrast. I think it worked out really well. So normally what I try and do is compress these springs a good deal, and then during the once we get the build up and get it moving under its own accord, then we'll be able to get the proper tension. What you're going to do is manually level your bed to the hot end using the easy enough. So there's our bed, and here are our 3 wires. So what we're going to do is we're going to lift the bed and we're going to bring these back underneath. I just needed to get them out of the way, so putting them up on the top was the easiest one. You'll notice we have a red and a white. Your red is going to go with your red. Red goes in here with the red. And the white, which is the leg coming off of the thermal fuse, is going to come under here and go to the white or to the black. So in this case, the power is going to come up through the red wire to the polyimide, out of the polyimide into the thermal fuse, and then over here. So your black is always your switching on these. And so that's how that's going to work. You've got another wire here, right, with a JST connector, and that is for your thermistor for the bed. And we'll bring that underneath as well, but we needed to get a wire extension. And I cannot remember if this came this way, but I think I made this cable. So I've got some 2-pin female connector male pins. And this is a just piece of thermistor wire from a different build. Any type of 2-wire, you can use straight black wire. Doesn't matter because, once again, this is a thermistor. There's no polarity. We'll solder each one to the legs. These are kind of a pain in the butt to get done without melting the housing. May be worthwhile. You can pull these pins out of the housing and then solder them on using a pair of helping hands, and then refit the wires back into, or the pins back into the housing. Probably going to be easier for you all, but this is going to connect into that JST, and I'm going to want to run everything underneath. So I'm going to set this on its face again, and I'm going to connect this up to that thermistor, and this is going to come underneath and come straight down into our back panel. And the reason we want to bring it underneath is right where I have my Wagos at. Let me turn on this camera. So the reason we're bringing this underneath is you can see right where my Wagos are sitting. There's spots on either side, and these spots will take zip ties. So we're going to bring this in and zip tie these wires right here, and that's going to provide the initial strain relief for these wires. I'll show you what I mean. And Tugboat, hey, how's it going, my friend? So I do have the Tuesday stream upload, or not upload, but live as a VOD on Twitch. It is uploading and converting up to HD right now on YouTube, but it'll be on, Tuesday stream will be live on YouTube tonight. So Nebula, I'll say yes and no. So I cut the frames that we're using, me and Tugboat. I cut the frames, drilled and tapped them myself, and procured the Hotend and the extruder that's called out in the BOM, and sent a set to Tugboat and kept the set for myself. I printed out the parts for both me and Tugboat, and then I sent the BOM over to KB3D, and he created a kit of all the rest, the fasteners, the LM8 LUU bearings, the linear rods, the linear rails, and everything, and mailed it directly to Tugboat for me. I disassembled my Rook Mk that I had built from a Fabrico kit. And I am reusing everything from that I can. Fastener wise, motors. That's why you'll see that the motors have the Rollahan labeling on them versus just a straight LDO motor. This is a standard LDO PMI heater bed that you would get for a Voron V0. Anybody that was running a Rook kit had one of those. The issue with that right now is those polyamide heaters required a more robust power supply. So a Rook Mk you can run with a DC brick or a standard LRS. I think normally it's the 150, it's smaller size. Well, the problem is the polyamide heater does too much of an amp draw, so they had to go up to a 200 watt heater, or I'm sorry, a 200 watt power supply. Oh, I'm like, and where is it? It's in this box, and it's a Morn Sun. Morn Suns are now blacklisted in the United States. So if you have one, you can use it. If, like, KB3D has a palette of, and I know this because I visited them last week. KB3D has a palette of Milo mini mills that just showed up on his doorstep one because LDO said, I need to get them out of country before I can't. Right? So if they've already been shipped and they're in country, they're good. Can use them. If they haven't been shipped, they will get stopped and searched and confiscated by customs. So here's the thing. We can only capture the wires that are coming from underneath the printer, or we can also capture these two wires here. I'm going to capture all of the wiring. So that is providing support to all of the wires coming from underneath the bed, as well as the wires that are then going to be put into a sleeve that are going to go down underneath the bed for the oh, is that doing weird things? This way we'll have some support for all of the wires that we've now got collected here. So we'll just pull these down, make sure everything's nice, tight, and straight here. We'll take these three that are going to come down through the back end. Remember, this is going to be a fixed cable run, goes straight up and down. This is our motors and our umbilical to, whoops. Okay, here we go. So this is basically what I would refer to as our cable ladder. We're going to have something up here that we can mount these to for strain relief at the top because our umbilical is going to be moving around. So we want strain relief at this end as well as at the tool head. Then it's going to be coming straight down, and that's going to be put into one wire loom. Then our bed wires, because our bed goes up and down, needs to be able to flex out on its own. So these three bed wires will also be put in cable sleeving, but they'll be left to kind of bend around on their own. But this is going to stay kind of in a straight top to bottom. And I may even put some type of cable tie down at the base here so that we have a top and bottom support for these wires right now. Guys, back down here, because once again, this is the thermistor now for our bed. And our thermistors are going to be all the way down here at the bottom. Whoops. Thermistors are going to be all the way down here at the bottom. Last two connectors. And it's the bed is next to last, and the hot end thermistor is all the way down at the bottom. So this is going to come down and connect right there. And it's going to track down here with all of these other wires down this side. And we'll yep. So that will be that. All of our motor wires and stuff, it's going to get zip tied down here to a zip tie mount point that I put down here. So this will be tied down here for our fixed wires that are going straight up and down. And then our motor wires are going to be left to move around, though I may kind of just bring them right like that and use the same bottom mount point for those two. So we have strain relief on both of them. Because this is a little tighter than I would like it, but it'll be okay. Once again, I can't run the hot end or the thermistor wires because I really need to get a JST, or not JST, MicroFit 3 connectors. What else do I have that I can hot end? So we'd have our 5015 cooling fan as well. That is this wire that I had created before. Now I've got a JST on both sides. Don't know why. But what I can do is I can plug this in down here, bring it up. Hopefully there's enough length in here with the length of wire that I have on that fan itself that I can still go ahead and make that connection up here at the top. Perfect, plenty of room. Even better is because of the length I have, I'm going to be able to cut this right where I have used my shrink connectors before. I'll be able to cut these off and basically re-terminate and still have enough length to make my umbilical functional. That works out really well. And using the heat shrink tubing like that it works, and it's a lot easier than trying to actually do solder, because what you do is you just need a heat. And these solder joints, so these solder connectors, it's heat shrink tubing. So you basically heat up and shrink both sides, and then you concentrate the heat right in the middle here. And this is solder. You'll melt that solder and then just kind of hold the wire there. And it's malleable for a bit. So you can, if you need to, kind of put a bend or gentle bend, or you can leave it straight. So you do have a little bit of workability in these connectors. So they work out pretty well. Now what I do have to try and figure out or double check is look at this wiring, and because they'll be wired in the same between the two fans, and the positive is the positive side of the connectors facing this side. So in this case, the yellow is positive and the blue is negative. So yellow, think sun, hot. Blue, think cold, negative. How I work it. So all I'm going to do is, once again, cut and remove the pins on this, re-terminate them with the connectors, and that should give me plenty of working loop distance. If I really wanted to, I can probably still make it a little bit longer. And you see that I staggered these. So on one of these, I did them side by side, and it makes it a little more difficult, makes it thicker. By staggering the joints, you can actually still keep a minimum profile on your wires. So what are the heat set insert sizes for plastic piece with the Lego? Assume you're talking about the logo for mounting the electronics underneath. And those are your standard M3 heat set inserts. So I cut that right beneath the solder joint. Should be able to pull this heat shrink off. That minimizes the amount of wire that I cut off and I'm wasting. And now I can depen this, cut off the least amount of wire from here possible, and then strip and join my two wires. So yeah, they're all the they're the M3 5/4s. So 3mm screw, 5mm outside diameter, 4mm length. They should all be the same. And if you're like me, when you depen these, take these and throw them back in your collection of fittings. So tugboat, you may have heard me talking about using these type of connectors to solder them. You can either swap all the connectors to MicroFit. I highly suggest that. The Thermistor, you really don't need it. If you're going to use these, you might want to pull the pins out and then solder to the pins individually, and then run your pins back in. And of course, when you solder the joint, solder it, heat shrink it, do both of them, run your pins in with another piece of heat shrink over both sides of the wire, and that will give you a very good sturdy connection. You can then do your JST. They'll give you a serviceability on your bed for the bed thermostat. It's just easier because if you try and solder this connector, you're going to wind up melting this connector, because I do all the time. Very, very finicky. Okay, thanks for alert, Tugboat. Sorry, I'm having a lower back spasm. Those out. Going to, like I said, we're going to come up here. We're going to trim these off right at the connector so that we don't waste any wire. And we will want to stagger these. So once again, the yellow is hot, the blue is cold or negative. So we've got about an inch or so difference here. So what I'm going to need to do, pull these back some, figure out, okay, with my red attached, how much of my black do I need to cut off to get to the same point? So we're shortening the black about that much. Not a whole lot, just a little bit, and that'll help stagger the joints to keep them from bulging out as much. And like I said, the preference here is to use the heat gun. It'll apply the heat a lot more evenly, and you'll get a quicker result. And wires prepared, so wire strippers. Probably want to strip about, I don't know, three-ish or so millimeters on each wire. That'll give you a good crossover within your heat shrink connector that we're using. I don't use these in every occasion, and like I said, it may be more beneficial to put connectors on these. The issue with that right now is just I don't have the connectors that I want to use, which of course would be my my lay this forward here. Not having to fight the gravity over. I would really want to use my words in it. My MicroFit, but I don't have MicroFit. So around we're going to be doing the yellow and red first. So you put your wire in there to where the wires you want to solder are going to be at the central point. They're going to overlap each other in the connector where the solder's at. Then you're going to fire up your heat. And I try and do the heat shrink on one side first, then the other, and then apply the concentrated heat right in the middle to melt the solder. Just like that, in a couple of seconds, got a solder joint. Just let it cool off. You can blow on it to help it cool off. You'll have a good solder joint there with those two wires connected now. Now we just need to get things ready for our next one. Blue wire or black wire. Once again, using my little shield that'll help keep heat off of one we already soldered and on the one that we're going to. Cool off. On a little bit, let it set, and show you that we've got solder joint there. Cables staggered it a little bit so that we'll be able to get them in. So, and also by doing two different colors, we can differentiate between our fans so that we know one's the hot end and one's the cold side. Wire management. Helical wires, basically up from other wires. I think I got a couple of small pieces of sleeving. I can use. So because I'm going to do a mount point here, I'm going to have one piece of sleeving that comes up and then maybe another one that goes the rest of the way. Or I'll come back in and do it all in one. But I'm just going to try and sleeve these for now. Make it a little bit. Oh, hey, Polymaker, K2 Kevin. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. Give me 1 second here. Welcome, 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 everybody, into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. So you may say, well, what the heck does that mean? It means I do everything from 3D printer assemblies, like unboxing and getting them running, to full-up printer builds, like most of the ones you see over here on my left, as well as the Rook 2020 Mark II that we're building right now on the bench. Welcome on in, everybody. Hey, Maker Viking, long time no see. K2 Kevin, how's it going, my friend? Going. We've been working on our Rook Mark II, and basically, I have started off. What I was doing was I took my Rook Mark I, and I've been rebuilding it into a Rook 2020 Mark II. And I've been doing this also to help out my Tugboat 3D friends. They are building a Rook Mark II as well. The difference is he's got we'll say a semi-complete bomb that was provided to him by me through KB3D. And I'm taking everything that I had from the Rook Mark I and rebuilding it as a Rook 2020 Mark II. And I'm finding that there's some things that I thought I had that I didn't. So I've been having to work around a few things here and there, like need for a 60 millimeter M5 shaft. But beyond that, been doing pretty good. We've been making some good progress. We should hopefully be seeing some filament getting pushed through this, hopefully within a week or so. We're working on getting our umbilical built out here for our tool head, and I need to do the wires for my thermistor and heater cartridge for the tool head. Unfortunately, I need to do those as JS MicroFit 3 connector. And my MicroFit 3 connector kit is not here at the moment. I had lent it to somebody and they are not done with it, so I don't have it back. We'll get that back here before the next stream so that we can get those last few connectors. Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Westery again, K7. Tesla is there again. Imagine that. She's in like 20 streams all the time, it seems like. So the hot end of choice for this, per the bomb, is a knockoff Bamboo Labs hot end. So if you have a spare Bamboo Lab hot end, go for it. But we're using like I said, a knockoff Bamboo Lab hot end and an HGX extruder. So let me, if I can flip the You took me to the grocery store on your phone? That's awesome, Pez. Thanks. Thanks. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Bexy Beans. Welcome on in, Bexy Beans. By the way, you may notice some more changes going on in the background. We got our Digital Dragon light up over here that was designed by Solar 3DP. Please excuse my controller just kind of hanging down in the wind right here. I wasn't thinking of putting it there. I was thinking about putting it right in the back, and then I forgot about the banner, so I decided to put it over there, and I may have to make some different length wires. Hey, Kegel 3545, welcome on in. Steve Builds, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Surprised to see you here. Oh wait, it's Thursday. Can you be streaming? But that's on Tuesdays that you, right? So we've been working on our Rook 2020 Mark II and Pro Streamer here with the wrong camera. Still Pro Streamer. There we go. The Rook 2020 Mark II. It's sitting up on a table or on a box right now, just to make it easier to show things off with my other camera and for me to work on it without having to bend over so much. But the tool head on here, as I stated, is a Bamboo Labs knockoff. So it's the same one that you would use in a P1S or a X1C. And it uses a HGX extruders. Let me show you what that is. Once again, this is a knockoff of an LGX style extruder. Kind of looks like an LGX and a Sherpa had a baby. So it's kind of somewhat skeletonized like a Sherpa. Kind of reminds me of a Sherpa. We're using the large extruder gears in here. So this is the bomb provided by Canrod. You can see the cooling fins in there maybe of the, there's the cooling fans of the bamboo style hot socket stuff down here. It uses a 50-15 blower fan to provide part cooling, rather than two 30-10 blower fans that were on the original Mark I. Offers chips and dips. Awesome. Ooh, in fact, I gotta check the mail. I was supposed to have Hex Pepper's prototype salsa being, and I haven't been out to check the mailbox. But yeah, so this is the build that we've been working on for the weekday stream. I still need to do the belted Z. I've got the bigger gears and pulleys. What I don't have is the 60mm P shaft. That's going to come in either tomorrow or Saturday. So we'll be able to do the belt for the Z. And after that, I think everything's pretty close to done. You know, the thermistor and heater wires for the tool head. You know, putting a wire wrap around here and belting the Z, and we're pretty close to done. Then it's software, and I'm not going to lie, there's my configs right there. This is the brain of Ragnarok. It's a Banana Pi 0 M2. So I can't just pull this out, put it in a Raspberry Pi, and it'll work. That's not going to happen. But I'm going to take all the configs that are in here, save them off, and then I'm going to reflash this with two ways we can do it. We can reflash it with Mainsail OS, or we can just flash it with Raspberry Pi, like the server, the Raspberry Pi Lite OS, Raspbian OS Lite, and then install Kaya and do an install of Mainsail, Moonraker, Clipper, and so forth via Kaya, and then just upload the config from this, and boom, we're 90% of the way there. It's literally going to be that simple. I don't need to put Clipper on my, so we've got a SKR Mini E3 V3 and a Raspberry Pi 4. Yeah, Raspberry Pi 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to run it in UART mode. Now this is a 4-pin connection coming off of Raspberry Pi and goes to the TFT connector on the SKR Mini. What I'm going to say is this works. We're also going to pull another 5-volt connection. So on your Raspberry Pi, on the outside edge pins are the even pins, and it's 5 volt ground, transmit, receive. Really want to run 5-volt power to both the GPIO pins, especially if you're using a Raspberry Pi 4. Otherwise, you will get a little lightning bolt on your Clipper display, which is basically under voltage area. You need to run both of those. And then what's going to happen is we've got a LRS 200 power supply that we're going to mount right over the top of it right here. And, or actually like this. And hopefully these will come over and go into our negative and positive just fine. Otherwise, I'll have to recreate new little pigtails there. Apparently, I'll have to see if I can't fix the battle damage. But we're going to use the Meanwell LRS 200 24 volt. Make sure you check and put it into 115 volt tugboat. But I want to get all of the wiring done up here. Then we'll add in our power connector, because this is when we start getting into our mains voltage stuff. So we'll add that in last. We'll be able to get all of this running. I'll just plug in a 5-volt power supply, and we'll be able to get all of this running on 5 volts and make sure that our Raspberry Pi properly configured, that it's talking to the board. And once we're good and we've got UART set up, then we'll go ahead and we'll wire in our plug and get everything going. And that keeps us from doing anything really, really bad and blowing up a board. I don't know who just did that to their Milo. But yeah. Yeah, we still need to do the belted Z. We've got a couple of more wire runs we need to put some sleeving on to make things pretty. And we'll do our, this is the pre-wired plug that I pulled off of my Rook Mark 1. We'll have to walk through this with the tugboat folks. We'll mount this in here. I always try and mount my plugs so that down is off, up is on. So 0 should always be facing down. That's just the way I like it, because if I'm reaching around behind a printer, especially one of my big ones behind me, I know I just need to slap down and it's going to turn the printer off. So I said, we're just going to make sure we get a few more things wired up here. And this comes down here to our TFT pins. Let me zip up the other screen here. Get some sharp things out of the way so I don't nick a wire or myself. Pull this over here. There we go. Okay, so we've got this. We skipped the first wire, which is pin 2. So our red is in pin 4. Our green is ground is in pin 6. And then yellow and blue. And the reason it's this color scheme and I don't have a black wire in here is simply because this is a piece of a motor wire that I use to do this. No big deal. And then the other side will have red for power, green for ground, and then blue and yellow. So the blue and yellow get reversed between the pi and our TFT connector, which is right down here. Now the TFT connector, the first pin, the pin closest to our power inlet, is reset. So we missed that pin, and power is down at the end. So we're going to do our red down at the end, with yellow being the closest in here and one pin left open. This is how our UART connection is going to go in there. And once again, we just need to pull another 5 pin from somewhere else. So normally what I do is I'll just pull a 5 pin off of the display here because we're not going to use that. This is the front of the printer. We're going to use our DSI display, and we're going to put a 4-inch Victory Tech display on the front of this. Thanks for the lurk, Zombie. So Steve, how's everything going? Doing well. Like I said, we've got a couple of more things to wire up, but I'm missing my connector box that I need, or my box of MicroFit connectors. My buddy Evil Diesel has that because he was repairing one of the Mark IIIs. He needed MicroFits. And then, yeah, I think we're really close. A couple of things to finish up on this build. I don't know if you guys want me to try and get into some software tonight at 8:30. I've been going for a couple of hours. In fact, give me 1 second. You need to kind of waiting for my boss to ping me on something, and he's in India right now. So I just need to see if he did ping me. Did not. So I'm still good. So I can keep going. It's up to you guys. If you want, I can show you fairly easily how we're going to pull down certain things from Ragnarok. So this is Ragnarok. So this is the Banana Pi Zero that you see here. Banana Pis, you've got to use an external antenna with them. They don't have Wi-Fi bandwidth for anything. Let me bring up. There we go. Switch. Hi, hey everybody. We're going to use this camera. Drink some very cold coffee. Oh, and one other thing to be aware of, we do have a couple of different types of side panels, and either on this side or the other side, we will reuse this cooling fan and or the other 3010 fan to add some cooling going across our Raspberry Pi and uh, our driver board and stuff. Like I said, our power supply is going to sit right on the top here, and then we're going to have our screen out the front, and I keep showing you. Sorry about that. So this is my configuration for Rook. There's a couple of things on here that we need to pull off. One of those things is going to be line purge. And we're just going to right click that, download. And because I'm using Chrome, I got to tell it that I want to keep it. And download unverified. Okay. We're going to need our macro. Right click that and say download. Same thing. Keep. Yes, download that unverified file. I don't need mainsail, that'll get recreated. I don't need Moonraker, that will get recreated. Don't need that backup. The printer.config file, that's the critical file. That is the file that has all of the previous configs for this printer as it was a Rook Mark 1. Okay? So all of the previous configs are in that printer config file to include all the pinouts for this SKR board. So we need to download that file as well. Yes, that file, download that unverified. Okay. Oops, sorry, I don't know. Sensorless config. This is this is the Home X Home Y. This, I don't know if they do it this way still, or if they've added it into the main printer config, but these are basically just your X and Y homing routine, supporting the sensorless homing. So we'll go ahead and pull that down as well. Right click, download, keep, and download unverified. Once again, it's doing that because I'm using Google Chrome, and Chrome has a bunch of new. Now you'll probably see over here, there's a bunch of stuff that says you can update. Don't bother updating it right now. If you're pulling from a previous config, don't worry about it. You're going to blow it away and start over anyhow. So don't worry about doing that. So now we've got those files. I'm going to go into my downloads and make sure that they're all there. We've got sensorless config, the macros, line purge, and printer. Line purge, macros, printer config, and sensorless. That should be all we need off of this before I blow this file away and restart fresh. And once again, if I go into the printer config, you'll notice a couple of things. One, we're set up for serial via UART. We have a section here for includes. Include mainsail. They will get recreated when we do a reinstall. Sensorless config, macros config, and line purge config. Those are 3 of the 4 files that we downloaded. So the other one being the printer config that we're looking at. So we're good. We've downloaded everything that we need to build a new a brand new disk for our Raspberry Pi. So, and in fact, what I'm going to do, or excuse me, our Raspberry Pi 4, I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to read that particular SD card. I'm going to grab a different SD card and we'll build a fresh one. See if this 16 gig card will work. Two different types of readers. What I'm going to do is borrow the extension on the other camera. And take SD card. This is a 16 gig SanDisk Ultra. I'm going to load it into a SanDisk little thumb drive reader and plug that in. See if Windows recognize. Part 1, Windows recognize. That was the original drive for, that'd be the original drive I was using for the Blackstack. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going, hey, Chewy, how's it going? Not for let's bring up the Raspberry Pi imager. Okay, and choose device. You know we're going to be doing a Raspberry Pi 4, so I'm just that. The operating system. So here's where you have some options. You can scroll down to other specific purpose OS, 3D printing, and download and install Mainsail OS. I cannot guarantee that's going to have the latest and greatest of all the files. So what I'm going to do is actually just come in here and install Raspberry Pi OS bookworm. Don't want, so these are coming with the desktop environment. Don't want the desktop environment. Click on other. I'm going to come in here for Raspberry Pi OS Lite. And says with no desktop environment, good with that. I've had issues with the 64-bit version. Yeah, Nebula. Mainsail works. I've had some weirdness with the last couple of times I've tried to do Mainsail. I trust me, I love just doing Mainsail OS because it's a lot quicker to get things done. But I have had some issues, especially when installing Clipper Screen after the fact. Because Mainsail OS does not pre-build, not pre-built with Clipper Screen. And the last two times I've tried to add Clipper Screen after the fact, It is completely borked, and I have wound up rebuilding from scratch using Maya to get it done. I have, so Raspberry Pi 4s are compatible with 64-bit. I've still had some issues with 4-bit. It's just easy enough for me to use the 32-bit. We're not doing like terabyte storage on here. We're not doing, you know, over 32 gig of RAM on here. So 32-bit with no desktop environment, perfectly fine. And yeah, Bookworm is the new OS Lite 32-bit Bookworm. Now we need to choose our storage. Once again, we've got a Pico. That's actually my homemade macro pad. Let's not select that. We want the 16 gig drive here, and we'll say next. Do we want to edit settings? A second to double check my settings. I don't want any passwords. Raspberry's local, Pi is good. That should be standard. Second, make it the standard. Just for the LAN. Yes. X is H options. Yep. So, guys, back over here, and we're going to say, would you like to apply OS customization? Yes. All existing things will be erased. Yes. And let it go. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I've had good luck with running mainsail OS in the past. Just the last couple of times I tried doing it and then installing flipper screen display, it had issues. So next stream, what's the plan? Next stream, the plan will be I will have my 60 millimeter D shaft end so I can do the belted Z on the geared belted Z. So we can do that. And I'll have my MicroFit connectors back from Evil Diesel so we can do the connectors for the Hotend and the Thermistor. I don't have the right connectors to do the Hotend and Thermistor right now to extend the wires out. So we need to connect in the Hotend Thermistor. We need to, I want to print some type of port for our umbilical. I'll send you over that link. It doesn't like just print it in black PLA, it's fine, or black PET. No big deal. It's just going to provide a tie down at the back of the printer by the right rear motor for our umbilical. And yeah, finish with the power and stuff. Because right now, we don't have any mains power to this printer yet. And I'm not going to do mains power until everything is wired up. What I will do is plug the Raspberry Pi in using a wall wart. And we'll get everything configured that way using a wall wart. Because we can get it configured and make sure it's talking to the VR. I will need to talk through about how to flash, how to build Clipper and flash the SKR, because I'm sure yours does not come with Clipper on it. So we'll need to go through that process as well. But the nice thing is, you do that once. Like I've got an SKR Mini E3 V3 over here. Had I thought about it, I would have shipped it to you. already got Clipper on it, so you probably wouldn't have had to done anything with it. Just plugged it in and go. But yeah, and I will send you these files to get us started. So that way you'll have the same base config as me. Could get us in the ballpark. That will be Saturday. We'll be doing the Milo build again. And then when we're done printing with the Rook 2020, you're procrastinating. Welcome to the club, my friend. I've got so many projects. I started finally putting the projects, and I guess I'm gonna have to put the project list like on the Discord and or on the my page on Twitch, so that everybody sees the projects that we have coming, because we've got the V0 rebuild to a V02, right? So I've got to do that, and I'm not sure if I'm going to stream that or not. I've got a Talon Claw 4 build. All the parts for that should be arriving tomorrow. I've just finished the last plate of printed parts for it. So here are the whoop, go this way. What am I doing? Way. There we go. There's the final plate of parts for the Talon Claw. This will be the front, like this is the plunger, but this is the front tip piece. And I wanted it to be orange because orange signifies a safe or dummy gun. So nobody thinks that I'm building a live gun here, hopefully. This is a Nerf dart blaster. And it's, yeah, so this has, I'll say, a little bit of rifling in it as well. So it provides a tip, but it'll provide a little bit of spin to the dart to make it a little more accurate. But this is printed in Polymaker ABS Neon Orange. I am now going to, since that's loaded up, the next parts that I'm going to start printing are for the positron, which is on order but hasn't shipped yet from West 3D. And that was the kit that I won on Blendon Street. So now let me put this back down. So we'll be doing that. So we've got a Talon Claw build. We've got the positron build. We've got the rat rig that just came. We've got the we've got the mini chopper droid build for 3D Printopia. We've got the Dio droid build that would go to 3D. I've got Black Stack, which is the rolling stand for Black Box. Let me get Black Box back. Just, yeah, lots of builds. Lots of F builds, yeah. Lots of builds coming. Stop trying to reformat my. Been written to the USB device. You can now remove the SD card from the reader. Okay. Close that. Close that. Now what I need to do is ejected, so I can just pull that out of the reader. Take this card and put it into our Raspberry Pi. So Add cameras. Okay, so we've got our SD card in the back of our Raspberry Pi. We now need to power up our Raspberry Pi. So we grab our Raspberry Pi 4 USB-C connector. Has a nice little power switch on it. And we'll apply power. Now you notice that we have lights up here on the Raspberry Pi, but we also got a light down here. And once again, that's because we're connected via UART. So it's providing 5-volt over here. Because this is the main power connector. Not connected to it. Give this a couple of seconds to do its thing. This is Ragnarok. So I need to see if we can get this Raspberry Pi. I should be able to go to raspberry.local. The Raspberry or might be Raspberry. If it works right. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It looks like it's going to work for me now. Okay. Yeah, that's so not the Raspberry Pi I want. That's funny. Okay, so all else fails, log into your router. You'll find it. Send you a selfie from 3D Printopia pretending that you miss me. I do miss you back. I do miss you. I keep putting my coffee further away. Now we need to go looking for devices. This is going to be funny. You're going to see all the devices I have on my network. Expressif, that's the bamboo. Or no, Expressif is not a bamboo. Expressif, that is a camera. Impact, that's a bamboo. Keys. Dragon. Orange Dragon. Iron Dragon. Know me an Iron Dragon. Ragnarok. Raspberry Pi. Dragons. Other. There's my new Raspberry Pi. Oh, Raspberry Pi. There we go. 240. 40. saw it, did we? Put on. Used to connect. Not wrong. Off there. Cut that off. We're gonna have to let SD card and take a look at it again. Sure, I had oh, good gracious. Trying to hit a web page and we have no web browser on it yet. Feel free to call me a dork, an idiot, whatever you want. I sure as heck just trying to get to a machine that I don't even have a web browser on yet, website on yet. Like it was going to work. All I'm trying to do is get some things out of the way so I don't knock these over and cause a huge mess. And I'm going to bring my keyboard up here onto the table. That. Board. Okay, so 240, no website. Pull up. Go back over to play. I was just sitting there acting like I had mainsail on here or something already. Things we need putty. We're going to go into 192.168.240. Port 22 is fine. We're going to say open. Yes. Going to ask us to log in as. We're going to log in as I. Password of Raspberry. And boom, we're in. Because the password is still the default, and we're going to leave it that way for the time being. First thing we're going to do, sudo apt update. Updates the list of repositories where it can get a list of files, applications. Do that. They sit down for a second. Out the way. We'll do this part. So how's it going, Bexy? Everybody's doing well. Chewy, how have you been doing? Been playing with the 2.4 and realizing it's been a while. Yes. We're going to do a sudo sudo space apt is the package man space upgrade. This is going to go through and give us a list of everything that can be upgraded. So we're going to start with everything upgraded to the latest. Jet lag's still kicking your hell. Been like a week, right? Like, did we Americanize you that bad already? Okay, so we're done there. That completed. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use Kaya to set up a bunch. So we're going to come up here and we're going to do a search for Kaya. A Clipper install and update helper. Sorry, going to come into GitHub because I come here all the time. And we're going to scroll down. And the Clipper installation and update helper scripts. Oh yeah, it's been toasty here too. I've been trying to stay inside as much as possible. So once again, we're doing everything that it's told us to do, which is we want to come in and do Raspberry Pi OS Lite, either 32 or 64-bit. Go into the Raspberry Pi, select Raspberry Pi OS Other, grab the Lite version, go on the 32-bit version, or 64 if you want to use that instead. Like I said, it's iffy sometimes, so 32's always worked. I'm good. And we get that going. Once we get that going and we've SSH'd in, now we need to do a few things. First line here is sudo apt-get update, ampersand sudo apt-get install git. So we are going to need to copy this because we will need git. We're just going to click over here on the little thing that looks like two sheets of paper to copy. Come back to our putty, right click, then hit enter. It's going to run that sudo apt-get update again, and then it's going to install packages for git, which is basically a command line interface. Allow you to download source code. Come on, wintertime. Yeesh. Exhaustion is one of your problems anyway. It's dated from childhood if you have chronic and endometriosis. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple of close family friends with endometriosis. No bueno. I get that. Okay, so that is done. So we're going to come over here and we're going to go to step 2. So it's installed. Use the following to download Kaya to your home directory. Once again, click and copy that command. Go back over to our other window. Right click. Press enter. And now it's going to copy and pull down the Kaya command using git, which we download. Now we're going to run the Kaya shell scripts. So copy that command once again. And right click, enter. Now we're into Kaya. Now we get to run through our Kaya interface. So the first thing we want to do is we're bare bones. You see over here on the right, installed. So we need to install things. So install is 1. So we're just going to hit 1, enter. It's going to say, what do we want to install? Here's the easy thing. We're going to go right down the left-hand side in orders. Install Clipper. So this is installing Clipper on our Raspberry Pi. And we want to use the latest version of Python. Python 2 is not only legacy, it's about ready to be deprecated. So you want to stay at 1, which is recommended. It's also the default here. How many Clipper instances set up? Default is 1. That lets you run 1 Raspberry Pi per printer. You can run multiple instances of Clipper and control more than 1 printer from the same Raspberry Pi or laptop or desktop or whatever. So if you've got a micro ITX PC, like one of those little standard form factor PCs, you can run that and you can run 4, 5, 6 printers off. Got the right amount of horsepower. Be cognizant that you're running a full Clipper stack on each one. We're going to set up with 1. Now it's going to go through and install Clipper on our host, which is a Raspberry Pi. Then what we'll do after we get done getting all the stuff installed on our Raspberry Pi, we'll have the ability to then prepare Clipper for our SKR Mini. So Chewy, is the 2.4 working though? Because it was working. We did print on it before it sat there for several months and got carted up there and then drove back in your front seat. Hopefully everything's working. If not, I'm going to go back to, we have video evidence that it worked. You know me, I'll help out if need be, if something's not working. Start G code for Orca. That's easy. I'll send you the start G code for Orca that I use on my 2.4s. It's very simple. It's basically send the heat bed and the spool head temp and call the start macro, print start macro. Okay, awesome, Bexy. Who knows? Maybe at 3D Printtopia, I might try and stream, like in the mornings before the event gets started or something. We'll have to see. Sent me a message on Discord. Okay, great. After this stream, I will ping you and respond. I'll just copy and paste my start macros, screenshots. If you want, while this is that's not good. Don't know if I have the right one. Still running. So, Oh yeah, you don't. I'll have to send it to you from my laptop once. So what sizes for the thing with your logo? So the deck panel here at um so tugboat. Um so the heat set inserts for the deck panel are the standard. It's the M354. So it's 3mm screw. So the 3mm thread, 5mm is the outside diameter for the hole, 4mm depth. It's the same M3 heat set inserts that you should have used on everything else in the printer. And you need the ones on this side that are the wonky format for your SKR Mini E3. And then for your Raspberry Pi, you want to just do the 4 that are in the middle between the two sets of 4 and use the plate that has the X in it. And the Raspberry Pi mounts to the plate just using M2.5 or M3 screws, direct thread in. Go for a little bit longer here, guys. Try and get this fully installed. You don't need to put one everywhere. So if you see where I'm at, like I said, the one that's got like the 4 weird ones, do those 4. And then for the Raspberry Pi mount, you just need the 4 in the center. You don't need to do the 2 in the front and the 2 in the back. Because your outlet's going to go in here, and sticking your outlet here, you're going to run into your Raspberry Pi. So you have to mount it in the middle. And I should have gave you 2 mounts. One that has a Rook logo on it, and it's in the dark color. The one with the Rook logo has the 4 mounting holes for a Raspberry Pi, but it's set to go into one of the 4 pads. So there has to be all the way up front or all the way in the back. All the way up front, you're going to cover everything up with power supply. If you use the mount that has the X in it, you'll be able to mount the Raspberry Pi using 3 of the screws. One of them won't line up because that mount is for a Big Tree Tech Pi. So don't worry about it. You can just use the 3 screws. Plenty strong enough. Now, there's no issue if you do all of them. No big deal. I've already done them. No big deal. Just saying you don't need to. Then the Raspberry Pi, I think I used 2.5 millimeter, um, yeah, M2.5 by 6 screws. Not mine in, but whatever you've got. The Raspberry Pi, you can use 2.5 is what it's designed for, but 3 will go through them. You're basically going to thread them into the circuit board as well, but it goes. Done it all the time. And then I am running these this via UART, because running it via UART, I can power the Pi um, from the board. You can also run power to the Pi. You just need positive ground, and I'm going to say a second positive. And then you just use USB to connect the two boards together and do it that way. You want to do it that way. If you're I've been doing UART for a while. If you want to connect it up via USB, your USB connections for the board is over here. It'd almost be better to have your network and stuff facing here, or actually probably going to have a long enough cable that you can wrap it around. That'll probably be good for a while. Okay, so we're back to a prompt here. It wants something from us. So Clipper's gotten installed, things got created, Clipper service started successfully. Add user Pi to some groups now. Yes. This will allow you to use the TTY port. So that is something you want. So say yes and return. It will add it to the appropriate groups. Now we're back to the menu. If I do a B for back right now, you'll see that we've got Clipper installed. And it shows one instance. So we're going to go back into the install menu with a 1. Now that we've installed Clipper, we need to install Moonraker. So Clipper is the firmware, Moonraker is application programming interface. That's what's going to allow your web interface in Sailor Fluid to talk to Clipper. Okay, so we need to install Moonraker, and it's going to ask us, are you sure you want to install? Yes. It's going to go through it, list out some of the dependencies it needs. Now it starts to install those dependencies. So Moonraker is now done and that part's set up. Now, Tugboat, you've got a choice. You can install mainsail or you can install fluid. They do the same exact thing. It provides the web interface. Go to the website, the IP address, and see the interface. It does not matter which one you run. I've always run mainsail. I've never run fluid, so I'm good with mainsail. That's the one I'm going to install. Kind of a personal preference. Go ahead and install mainsail. Mainsail. And you want to download the recommended macros. I always say yes here. It's just easier to make sure that you at least have some defaults in there for pause, start. I have those in my macros file anyhow, which will override them. So we've done the firmware install, or we've installed Clipper, right? Installed Moonraker. We just installed Mainsail. You only have to install one or the other. I don't even know if you can install both and switch back and forth, or if it borks things up if you try to. So pick one or the other web interface. Our goal is to add Clipper Screen to this down the road. So we're going to go ahead and install Clipper Screen now. So we're going to go ahead and select Phi to install Clipper Screen. So enter. Create a service, enable boot. Want it to start automatically. That way, when we do install the screen, it comes up automatically with no issue. Yes. And yes, I always use the default X server. Wayland is experimental. You may have to do a bunch of stuff. It's just easier to run the X servers. A X server, which is default, but there. Why is my soldering iron no tip? I have a tip on it. So you should have. This is a 100, but it's the same thing. So you should have a tip. This is, I believe, a TS100. My 101s. You should have a tip, either the soldering tip like this, or the other tip that would have come with your heat set insert. Should be inserted and this set screw tightened down. If it's not inserted and tightened down, it may not be picking up your tip being installed. You need to make sure you have your tip installed. And then on the heat set insert, you'll have the screw on, screw off tips. But as long as this is in here, whether you have a tip screwed on or not for your sets, it should pick this up. Make sure that this is fully seated and then tighten down. Okay, gotcha. There you go. Actually, I think this is my TS. That was my 101. chip wasn't in completely. Um, yeah, we'll leave that one alone. So we're still going through and installing and installing and the other thing that I will tell you, I think there is a way that you can install or update your main controller board through Kaya interface. I've never done it. Might actually do that. May actually do that. I'm going to leave this page up here because once again, this is 9216810.240. Hey, look, main sales installed. The Clipper screen can take a little bit. Like I said, every time I've installed Mainsail OS and gone into Kaya and tried to install Clipper screen, I've had an issue. I've actually also gone in, installed Mainsail OS, and tried to install Clipper screen like directly following the Clipper screen GitHub links and had issues. So just I don't know. I prefer Mainsail. It makes it a lot easier and a lot quicker. It's all one and done. You install the image via PyImager. You log in. You've already got Mainsail there. You do a sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade. Just bring everything up to date, and you're good. What's the orange thing printing behind you? Nebula. That is, in fact, to pull up a camera, but it's not going to be a good view. That is a maker chip matrix. Looks like a big Connect 4, but you can put your maker chips in it. And so I had like 3 failures on it, and it wound up being a mechanical issue with my printer, self-induced. I put in a lighting. I added lighting to that printer, and when I ran the wires down in the channel, I used this vinyl channel cover that kind of bowed out a little bit, and it actually caught on the rear corner bracket, and digging in and causing it to skip. So I yanked that out and I put in some straight flat plastic strip, actually from the Milo, and it worked perfect. So, but yeah, it's almost done. When it finishes, I'll bring it up. Install network manager. Required to reboot the system. Authorizing his Pi. Password. Raspberry. And could it? Actually, the first time that it's ever done that. Every time it says needs to reboot, you say yes, and it kind of dumps you back out to Kai. So we'll give it a second. Once we see our web browser come up, we know we're good. There we go. So with Putty, we can just right click on the top bar here, say restart session. We're going to log back in as Pi, password of Raspberry. We're back in. Now the last thing that we ran was Kaya. So if I do an up arrow, should do the last command that I had requested, would have been dot. Anything starts with a dot slash says run using this command, which would be from where I'm at, go into the Kaya directory, run the Kaya shell script. We're back into Kaya. Now what you'll see is we've got Clipper installed, got Moonraker installed, got Mainsail installed, got Clipper screen. A couple of more things that we want to possibly install. Go back into the install section by one, and notice that there is a third-party web interface. So if you've got everything, like you've been running a bunch of Mainsail, you're really used to Octoprint, and you like that Octoprint has a bunch of plugins, this, that, and everything else, you can run Clipper for Octoprint. In fact, it was the first interface for Clipper. So you can choose to run Octoprint interface. Familiar with it. Thank you, Drunken Lizard, for the follow. Thank you so much. Tugboat, you did the insert straight as can be and relatively quick. Dang old dry boxes haven't come. Oh, did you order the poly dry boxes? Yeah, so some of the other things. So everything on the right-hand side now is others. So you've got Pretty G Code, Telegram bot, which means you can send yourself notifications via Telegram. I would never use Telegram, but where you're at in your country, go for it. You can get Obico, which does some spaghetti detection and some other AI stuff. Octo Everywhere, which would allow you to access your Octoprint interface from anywhere. Mobile Raker, which is Moonraker for mobile devices. Octo app for Clipper, Spoolman, and finally down here at the bottom, Webcam Crowsnet. I'm probably never going to install a camera on this printer. Doesn't mean that I won't at some point want to plug in a camera and stream from this. And it's lightweight. So I tend to install Crow's Nest. And here's another tip. If you install the Mainsail OS, Crow's Nest is going to be installed by default anyhow. So I'm going to go ahead and install Crow's Nest just because. That way, if you ever do want to plug in a USB-based camera into your Raspberry Pi and run a USB camera, you can. Okay, time to do some dirty work. X gantry, the Y. Enjoy. Filament spool management, inventory management. Yes, yes, yes. Now, honestly, with the amount of filament that I have at this house, I could run on at a separate PC. In fact, I might just do a standard inventory management, damn near a mini distribution. And in some ways, I am for uh, Evil Diesel. I keep telling them, before you order, send me a note and see if I have it here. That way, you're not waiting for it. You can go over and grab it. Still order it, but replace me. But rather than wait a couple of days for it. Super excited for the Raspberry part. Quick question. Perhaps, how do you run Clipper? I run Clippers. Here's the thing. What I do and what I'm going to suggest you do for when you take this to RepRap festivals, take it to schools, pre-slice files and upload the G. Literally what happened at Murph, I took the Rook 2020 over and I sat it on KB3D's table. Once they got their table figured out and where they wanted to set things, they set it up, they plugged it in, they turned it on, they came over and said, hey, what filament do you want to run in this? And I was like, well, I've got these colors. And then I go, oh, I've got orange. And since of course, their color is orange, I gave them some Epax orange. It's got a Orbiter 2 on it with the filament runout sensor. So they loaded filament in it. And as soon as the filament hit the sensor at the tool head, loaded, and they went into the interface, the Clipper screen, and just said print chameleons, and it printed chameleons. At the end, they took the prints off and they hit reprint. That would be my suggestion. The other thing I do, and there's two ways that you can do this. I would get an old router, an old Linksys router, right? Don't run it in wireless mode, run it in wired mode, and have a couple of, well, you can run it in wireless mode. So I've got a Linksys router that, from my last router, I bring it to shows. It's got the same network information. So any printer in here will connect to that router as well. Any printer I grab from here and go to a show with will connect to that. I tend to run as many of the printers that I bring to shows as I can off direct connection, just because the wireless environment gets saturated. So being able to directly connect with Ethernet into your Raspberry Pi is great. Plug in your Ethernet cable, plug it into your wireless switch, log in with your laptop. You can upload, download files, but I will tell you the best thing to do is have them preloaded and just hit print off the Clipper screen interface. Now, I know in your situation, when going to schools, they want to load up their files and print. So have them design something and then show them that you can print it. So that's where you might need some type of web interface login, and bringing a router with you will mean that you're not reliant on being able to connect to the network, which is probably going to have a bunch of security stuff. So connect your laptop to your router, connect your printers to your router before you go on site. Go on site, plug everything in, plug in your little wireless router. It's now live and active. You can upload files from your own laptop to the device, and then you can run it either through web interface or through the Clipper screen. Why we wanted to do. if you've got a Windows laptop or even a MacBook that you have a dongle that you can plug in a network connection, then you can just run a standard network switch is not going to give. Still need something that's going to be a router that will give it an. But at that point, you can have an old wireless router and just turn off the wire, so you have no chance of anybody getting. Okay, do you add update man? Yes. Reboot now. So now we're done with that part. We're going to go ahead and do back. This is the part where I'm going to go into uncharted water. Update menu will allow you to update any of the installed components, or you can do it directly from your web interface using the machine. In here and do any updates. This doesn't necessarily automatically update, so click on the check for updates, and it will go through and evaluate if there are any newer versions of it. I will highly, highly, highly caution you from clicking the link at the bottom that would say update all. On this printer, the way we have it configured, it's okay to do that. If you've got something like a canvas, very careful, because if you say update all, your clipper will update and you may wind up having to do a bunch of extra work to update all of your actual. Oh yeah, you can get them off eBay, Facebook Marketplace, whatever. You can get an old Linksys 5G router. All you really need is a router. And like I said, my personal preference for you is if your laptop has physical Ethernet connection. My suggestion would be physically connect printer and your laptop to it, shut the Wi-Fi off. That way you have no issues with anybody trying to hack your Wi-Fi or anything, and it's going to be a lot faster. And because you're bringing it into school. But that way your laptop will pull an IP, printer will pull an IP on the same network whenever you get there. So if you do need to load files that the kids have created, do it via USB, plug it into your laptop, upload it via your wired connection, and then you can print either from the web interface or from the screen. When I go to shows, everything I really don't want to slice and go at a show if I don't have to. At home, wireless is fine. Everything behind me right here is on wireless. At some point, I've got a 24 port switch that I'm going to mount underneath here, and I'm going to do a Ethernet drop in each one of these so that I can plug every one that I can do a physical connection. I will plug in, because that's going to reduce number of things on your wireless network that are trying to talk at any given time. And you're always going to get better speeds out of your devices wired connection, right? So it's always more reliable. So we've got our interface up and we're good. MCU is unable to connect. So that's because the printer config here is just a stub file, right? It doesn't have the right information to try and connect to your card. Now, I think it is advanced here. I'll go into the advanced full black Clipper firmware. This gives you the ability to install themes in your mainsail, which would be really cool so that in your mainsail up here, instead of having the mainsail, you can actually get your tugboat logo up here and like make the colors match your tugboat and your printer and everything. So it'd be kind of cool. It'd be themed your way. So you can do that. I haven't done it other than coming into the interface here and or I believe it's UI settings. You can change your colors here. So if you have the right color, you can change the color. So you can do cool little things like that. One of the biggest things I will say is display cancel print is almost a must for me. And what that does is on your dashboard, when the printer's up, it gives you the direct cancel option. Otherwise, what you have to do is pause it, then cancel it, which I like to cancel, direct cancel if bad. By the way, there's my matrix. It looks like a big Connect 4. Poly dryers came. Awesome. See? Had to wait. All it was, just patience, Padawan. Yeah. I've never done this. Never done the build in the build flash or what have you. See if I can do a 5 here. Get the ID. I'm connected over UART. So it's good. It gives you the option of 1 USB, 2 UART, or 3 USB in DFU modes. You would use that if you're connecting to like a Manta board or an Octopus. To my knowledge, there's no DFU mode on SKR Mini E3 V3s. We're connected currently via UART. So I'm going to try and do that and just say 2. And no MC on. Either not connected or not detected. That could be simply because I am not fully fully connected, but I don't have enough juice to power the board that I would need to power the board via 24. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and grab one that nasty. Need a USB. Yeah. As long as it's long enough. Good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this in. Plug this in to USB. Other side around and plug it in, hopefully. Fit. Right, fit. All right, now I'm connected via USB. I'm going to leave the UART connection there. It shouldn't hamper or hurt anything. So I'm going to come back into the Kaya now that I've got it connected via USB. I just want to say get MCU ID. So 5 again. And we're going to tell it I'm connected via USB. Let's see if it can come up with that. MCU either not connected or not. Huh. I should have no problem getting this over USB because I've done it before without applying, I'll say, real power. Not know why it's not up, but I am going to do this. Right? Because we've had this installed before, right? Going to exit out of this, so do back. Leave that there. I'm going to come in here into our machine. And what I'm going to do is upload a file. Okay. I'm going to upload a file. I'm going to look over here at my downloads folder. Don't need to do this one at a time. You can do all of them at once. So I'm going to click on the 4 files that I had downloaded from my previous build and highlight them all, say open. Now it's going to go ahead and bring all of those in. Get a printer. That's the stub. We don't need this one. I'm going to read this from config to just open. And I'm going to read this to printer config. This is the old printer config from my old, from this system as it was a Rook Mark I. Not a Rook 2020 Mark I, a Rook Mark I. You'll see that we still have our serial connection, blah, blah, blah. I don't think I'll need the baud anymore. That was a requirement of the Banana Pi. Comment that out. I'm going to save and restart. It's trying to connect over the UART connection. That's going to be the issue. Probably not going to connect, and I think I know why now. We're going to go ahead and quit out of Kaya. And what I want to do is do a sudo raspi, RASPI dash config. This is the Raspberry Pi configurator. And go into option. And turn the serial port. Something or something. Something We may have to do some things for the display too, by the way. That's not that big of a deal. Yeah, the heck with it. We're going to do this the old fashioned way. Okay, so we need to set up our SKR Mini or Clipper. We're going to do this the old way. And if you so choose, grab their firmware directly from their thing for 3 or 3.01, depending on what version you can do their pre-configured Clipper. Download it, download the bin, and go. Or you can create your own and power cycle your board flash. I always prefer to. So it does talk about how to build the image itself. Like I said, I'm connecting via start UART because that lets me power the Raspberry Pi directly from the SKR Mini, not need a buck converter or a wall wart run the Raspberry. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and follow the instruction to set up our bin. Like I said, you can do this the other way. What we're going to do is we're going to Clipper. This is a brand new install. Haven't done anything else, so we're just going to do a make space menu config. Get you into the config menu. And we're going to go through the options. Went to a low level configuration on. Arrow down, right arrow, or hit to go into this menu. And we're looking for a STEM32 STM ST microelectronics or 2 space bar to the processor should be a STEM32 B. Double check. They have tendency to replace STEM32 chips based on shortages. Always double check STEM32 chip on your board. Sure that it is the is. This is a G0B1. And I say that because you remember looking at the GitHub, there was a revision for a SKR Mini E01. Double check that to see. You may have one with different STEM32 require a different field. Then we're going to arrow and we're going to go down to a STEM32 0 for our instance and press the bar to select that. Bootloader, 8 kilobit bootloader is good. Clock reference, 8 megahertz crystal, that's good. Our communication interface. I'm going to plug in USB. Want USB, leave it right there as PA11, PA12. We're going to do UART. So we select the right UART channel. case is start two on A3, A2. That is space bar. The baud rate is set to 250,000. I always change that to 500,000. So 500,000. 100,000. You can leave it at 250. That's fine. It just needs to be set the same place everywhere. GPIO pins, we don't need to turn any of those on. So we're now done. We'll hit Q to quit. Y for yes. Now we need to make that. So one thing that I always suggest doing, because you never know, like I do this a lot and I can't remember, is this a fresh install, not whatever. Make clean, cleans out anything else that you may have done previously on that Raspberry Pi, right? And make. Now it's going to build it based on that config file that you just. Part 2, 3. Now, the easiest way to do this is going to be to drop it down to a USB drive. And this does not need to be in the computer. And it doesn't need a big, in this case, SD card. So KB3D actually sells these. The 128 meg card just for this. Oh, did you just get the dry boxes themselves without the actual drying base? I'm going to load this in my reader that we use, or I'll steal my USB second. But we need to be able to download this file. So we need to use either WinSCP or FileZilla or something like that. First, there's a new. Go into our IP address, port good. Go ahead and put our username in. I and Raspberry. Log in. Yes to on there. Now, over here on the right side is our Raspberry Pi's directory. Go into Clipper, out, and a clipper.bin. Need to copy that over to our local machine. Camera plugged in. Where are we at? We're in document. So drive. So we go into Frost. So there's the clipper.ben file that I just downloaded. I need to now get this on SD card that I just installed, which is reason. Second, driver's not in stock. The good news is even just putting desiccant in there can pull it down a good deal. And then drying it will really pull it down the rest of the way, but just getting good desiccant in there will pull it down pretty good. Giving us a second, more seconds. So I want to take this clipper.ben and copy it down to the USB drive. Disk and F, I think it's formatted. I'm gonna have to do this over on my Mac real fast. So with me. Sorry about this. I don't know why, but Windows, for whatever reason, it it likes an SD card if it's only been in a Windows box. If I put it in a Mac, half the time the Windows machine just says no bueno. Let me pull it down over here on the Mac. Just is you'll take flipper.ben file and put it onto an SD card with nothing else on it, rename it to firmware.ben. And disconnect. And we're going to take this and we're going to put it in our thing. We're currently powered up. I do not want to remove this to remove power to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to shut down cleanly. I'm going to go over into my, either go in the browser, go into the web interface for the printer and do a shutdown. One of the easier ways to do it. Give it a couple of seconds to do its little blinky blinkies. Okay. I'm going to turn off power. Now we're going to take our SD card, put it in here, right? Turn power back on. Now this will get power and you should see it blink and it just loaded the firmware. The firmware is now loaded. Come back to our full display. Right. Back to our full display, we'll say try again. And things are coming up. Connect. Something that we might need to do is we actually might need the baud rate. We had set it to 500,000. And the other thing is it helps if you got your UI set to the right thing. because TTY AMA 0 is what we need it set to. TTY S3 was for the banana pod. We go ahead and comment out the baud rate. We should not need to set the baud rate. Save and restart. Didn't need the baud rate, but just in case. Not. Here's the other piece. There was something else we need. If you use UART2 to communicate with Raspberry Pi, you need to basically remove the console line. Otherwise, the serial line is connected to the console. So log in as Pi, Raspberry. Now we need to go into sudo nano /boot /cxt. Now change boot firmware command. Newer version. Add firmware. And the console TTY. Don't see console 0 there. Anybody else see console 0? Y1. Okay. Section and dev T. Rates not needed. Restart Methodist. That is file said for USART, USART 2, A3, A2. FT should be USART 2. Been a minute. Here, so I know Fade Dragon's set up with art. Take a look. trying to compare console to good root pair, yep. Root weight, yep. That's correct. Should be same. What? Just for giggles, I had turned that off. Curious if turning it on will add anything to that command line. I hope I didn't just log it. This that added the control that they told us to remove. Go ahead and remove it. Exit, yes. Save that. We'll get it figured out. We are about done for the day. Most likely be raw hitting. Getting there. Starting. So we should be rebooted now. Do we come up and Okay, I'll have to look into this, folks, Tugboat and everybody. Front row. So yeah, folks, at this point, I'm kind of at a stalled out state. I'm not sure what's going on. Uh, I've, I'll say I've never had to supply main voltage to one of these. Always connected them on the desk, like literally on my desk, just either via UART or via USB. Been able to flash the board and everything work. Something's not working right. The eye's not talking um, to the board. So I'm going to have to work on that and try and figure it out. We'll come back on Tuesday and chat some about whatever my findings are. Right now, though, we're going to go ahead and get ready to raid out over into Zombie Hedgehog. Thank you guys for being here. Remember, Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Saturday morning at we will be getting back on the Milo build. That'll be back up here on the desk, and we will make some progress there. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. I'm going to go ahead and get the raid kicked off over to Dog. Thanks, everybody, and we will see you guys next time. Bye now. Or goodbye. Now we're ready. Bye, everybody.